Well, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Obviously, I have been absent since Christmas Eve, which is, I believe, 2 weeks ago now, 15 days. So, yeah, what's been going on? Well, I have been, trying to do as much nothing as possible. I think maybe even later today, I will be streaming Death Stranding, which is something I threatened to do on Twitter, and nobody complained. So I think I'll probably do that. But I have been working on XUnit in bits and pieces. So it's probably worth doing a quick review of exactly where we are. And so let's pop this up. All right. So the Christmas Eve stream ended here with the final conversion of, I think, no, not quite the final abstractions removal, but previously gotten rid of all the test class abstractions, and then put in place all the unique ID stuff. I went through and fixed up some other things, but the Christmas Eve stream was basically getting rid of the reflection abstractions, getting moved up to iTest output helper. And then off stream, I got rid of iXUnit serializable. And instead, I'm using built-in system runtime serialization now. So that is nice, I think. That's good. Which allowed me to finally be able to remove the XUnit abstractions dependency from V3 runner common. It's finally gone now. So happy about that. And then since then, I did decide, because I had been running the V1 and V2 tests quite a lot, and especially with what's coming up that I'm working on right now, it seemed like a wise time to sort of re-enable the PR target, which is also the default target when you just run build, to have the V1 and V2 tests start running again. And I did some cleanup on these classes. These classes used to be called XUnit1 test class, XUnit2 test class. Those were actually 4 names. So now, like, for example, here's test case. I have one for V1 and V2, and they have the same name in different namespaces, of course, because they do actually represent an implementation of the XUnit 3 test case interface, but it's for V1. So I had this sort of inconsistency in these namings. So I did that. I sort of went through and fixed that up in terms of naming. Then I basically started doing some work that was in pursuit of what I'm actually going to show today that I'm in the process of, which is the TCP runner. So I started adding some things like making sure that the result syncs were being properly disposed of, which they weren't previously. For some reason, app domains had been turned off for V1 tests. I don't know why. They turned them back on. They all still work. So I'm not 100% sure why they had been turned off. I don't remember. I removed some of the unused code around test case descriptors. I have this common test method display options classes that were previously, for some reason, in the XUnit runner V2, because I guess there were V2 versions, but the V3 stuff is still the same. So for the moment, I took what I have and I moved it into the V3 namespace. And then if I have to go ahead and split V2 stuff out again later because I'm going to enhance it, then I'll reintroduce a V2 version and worry about that. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. I added iasync disposable to runner reporters. I'm not 100% sure whether this is actually going to be, strictly speaking, necessary, but it seemed easier to just say that runner reporters could be disposable. And then I also made it so that create message handler was also async. So if you needed to do things that create message handler needed to be async to do, you could do that. So um, one of the things I had been thinking about was maybe using the runner reporter system for TCP, which it turns out I didn't. But this still seemed like a valuable place to introduce the possibility of asynchronous, because this is reporting results, and so being able to be asynchronous about the creation of the thing that reports results seems good. Might need to go connect to something over the network or whatever, and an async would be good. Um, the test framework options gets serialized to JSON. I don't exactly remember why I did this. I think I needed this for. Yeah, I think I needed this for serialization. Message sync message. What I had previously written as serialize and deserialize methods, and I had left these to do comments here. Should these be renamed to JSON and parse JSON, which I did, but I also, in the meantime, also took these in as basically I emit byte arrays, and then I allow you to pass back read-only memory of byte. That'll be really obvious here when we start looking into the TCP runner stuff, why I did that. And then I added this new class buffer TCP client, which I'm not gonna look at here in this context. I'm going to show it in Visual Studio when we're all done. I'm allowing runner reporters to be able to pass a diagnostic message sync into the message handler so that message handlers can have diagnostic messages. This has been one of those common requests, which is things which aren't tests need to report stuff. So, when you have extensibility points, making sure that they have the opportunity to send diagnostic messages that the user can get back. Let's see what else. Fixing basically a few bugs. Yeah, so that's all okay. So, and then we're here on work in progress on a new branch called V3 TCP runner. So that's where we are at the moment. So let's take a quick look at exactly what's involved here. So the reason I have everything flipped over to byte arrays and read-only memory of bytes is, as you recall, the V3 protocol that I'm intending to implement for runners can be based on TCP. So in V1, your test assembly was loaded into a remote app domain. We hijacked a couple of interfaces that were built into .NET in order to pass messages back and forth across the app domain boundary. In V2, we replaced those hijacked interfaces with some of our own, but basically still did the same thing. Generally speaking, we had an app domain. We launched your stuff in an app domain and then used those interfaces to talk across the boundaries. So in V3, we've gotten rid of app domains. The primary use case for V3 isn't really .NET Framework anymore. As you all know, .NET Framework is basically done, right? The team has moved on to .NET Core, long since moved on to .NET Core. And .NET 5, which shipped in November of last year, is based on .NET Core, not based on .NET Framework. So app domains aren't really a thing anymore. And so I moved to this new process-based model. And so the process-based model allows us to launch unit tests in a separate process. But I still need that. Communication channel between the runner process and the process where the unit tests live. And so there are a number of possibilities that I considered. But what I landed on was using basically a TCP connection between the two. And so this buffer TCP client is basically doing as the summary here shows, a line-oriented read-write wrapper over top of a TCP socket. Depend 2000. I hope I'm answering your question right now, but if not, then let me know. Feel free to ask more stuff. So the idea here is that the way this architecture will work is that the runner, so in this case, let's say, xunit.v3.console.runner.console, right? That executable. So I don't know if I've built here. Let me do a quick build just as the binaries are there. I might have been cleaning things up just to make sure everything was building, but we'll get that to build. Okay, so if I were to run xunit v3 on our console, xunit, let's see. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong place. That's the Linux side. If I were to say source xunit v3 runner console, then net472, the debug net472. So when I mean runner, I mean this runner, right? This is the way what most people think about as one of the two primary ways that you run unit tests. One is you pass assemblies to this thing and say, please run them all. And then the other is with .NET Test. Those are, and Visual Studio integration is basically .NET Test except in a GUI. So these are the sort of the primary ways that most people think of interacting with their tests. So when I say runner, what I mean is either this executable or the VS Test plugin. There are many other ways to run things, testdriven.net and ReSharper and CodeRush, but they all sort of fall into this bucket. So when I say runner, that's what I mean. So the idea here is that the runner, if you were to pass, to this, say, hey, I want you to run xunit v3 assert tests bin debug net472. I want you to run this, right? Today, what it does is it says, hey, I don't know what this is because I couldn't find xunit DLL indicating v1 or xunit extensions something DLL indicating v2. So I don't know what to do with this. But in the v3 case, what this is going to do is this thing is going to launch that executable and then set up a TCP connection between the two of them. And so the way that it's going to do that is I've modified use AI assisted IntelliCode for completions based on your code in XUnit. Okay. I accept the terms and conditions of your whatnot. By checking the box below, I agree. But then what? I guess that's it. Okay. So what I've done here is now you'll recall that, of course, this executable is itself a standalone executable, which will, if I just run it, runs the test for that one test project, right? And so if I were to do a double dash help on this, what you'll see here is that there's a new option available, this TCP port option, right? So it launches a v3 child process mode connecting to the given TCP port on localhost for IPC. And so what that's going to do is the runner in this case, this runner here, this console runner, it's going to set up a TCP server, grab the port from the random port that's assigned to that TCP server, and then pass that over to this thing and launch it. And it'll put it in what is basically a command mode. And so it'll be listening for commands. The commands will be sort of exactly the kinds of things you would think about if you were to look at our discover and our executor interfaces, right? Because those are the commands that we need to implement. So things like, go discover the test for me, go run some tests for me, be commands like that. Yeah, so that's sort of the general design of the system. So this buffer TCP client is the thing that understands that these commands come one line at a time, and it will read those lines and then basically dispatch them to something it's listening. And then I'm setting up two classes called the runner engine and the execution engine. So you're thinking about the two processes involved here, right? The runner process, that would be xunit v3 runner console, and then the execution process, this would be your unit tests. And so the unit tests today bring in the in-process console runner, right? That's the thing that's got that -TCP flag. And so when I come look in console runner, what I have done here is, in essence, said, if you asked to run in TCP mode, then I will run the TCP execution engine, I will start, and then I will wait for a quit command. And so that's basically it. That's all it does. If you aren't in TCP mode, then I'll fall back to what I did before, which is, hey, just start running tests and then reporting the results, right? So that's kind of where I am. This runner engine, so the TCP execution engine, TCP runner engine. Let's look at the runner side. Obviously, these things aren't done yet. I'm in the middle of working on it, which is why it's in a separate branch and a work in progress, so that I can push it over there and run it on the Linux side, make sure everything is working appropriately. So this engine on the runner side, creating one of these, basically we have an engine ID. We'll talk about what that is later, but basically that's a correlation thing, and then message syncs for reporting back the messages and then reporting back the diagnostic messages. We've historically had separate message syncs for these. What are the operations you can do on this? Well, in essence, there is at the moment you can send quit and you can send cancel. But you can imagine that the things that are missing here would be, like send find and send run, right? So find is our command for discovering tests, right? Remember our I test framework discoverer, right? The operations that are typically done on this are find operations. And then if we look at our I test framework executor, the operations that are typically done on this are run operations. So either run a specific set of tests or run them all. So there will definitely be commands for that. So how this is all set up is the runner engine for send cancel, for example. You'll notice that there will be a standard pattern here, which is, hey, if there's nothing connected on the other side, then just throw a diagnostic message that says there's nothing connected on the other side. Otherwise, send the cancel message across to the other side. And then quit is basically the same thing. It's a little bit simpler because quit has no parameters, whereas operation ID has parameters. And then these TCP engine messages, this class has a bunch of byte arrays that represent the bytes that are going to go across the wire for things like quit, QUIT in byte form, right? Pretty exciting. So then the other side will basically, the execution side will be looking for the commands that the runner side sends. And the runner side will be looking for commands the execution side sends. And so right now, the execution side is going to send MSG, so that's a message. And so if I were to run these tests and say -JSON, what you'll see is instead of getting a run where you see just the simple banners, what you're getting here is essentially one JSON object per line that describes a message that is being sent from the other side. So I'm going to do this over here because I think it's going to be easier over here. I could be wrong about that. Let's do single quotes on this, right? I'll pipe it through JQ. So for example, here's the message that comes at the complete end of everything, which is the execution summary. How much time did we take? Actually, I don't know why that says ticks. I think I'll have to figure out why that is. That should be like, total or elapsed time or something. It's probably a serialization issue. So I'm going to have to go through and make sure our serialization is working correctly. But excuse me. Yeah, so ticks, days, hours, milliseconds. This is a total time. I'm not exactly sure how that happened. Yeah. Oh, elapsed clocks time. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, again, I'm not. I gotta make sure that all the serialization stuff is working correctly. Let's pull one of these longer ones in instead. All right, so let's do this and type that through JQ. And so test assembly execution finished. For example, here's the assembly. And it includes, actually, so it looks like the serialization here is all completely wrong. These objects might not be right yet. Let me go back into our other objects. Like let's do test assembly finished, right? Ignoring my floundering here, right? Sorry. So here's a test assembly finished message, for example. Given this assembly unique ID, we spent 0.44 seconds running it. We ran 0 failures on 766 total messages and 0 skips, right? So this JSON, well, in this compacted form, not in the expanded form, this JSON in the compacted form is actually what's going to be sent across the wire for MSG, right? So each one of those JSON objects that you saw going across the screen there, that's going to be a message that's sent across that TCP channel to the other side to respond to. So of course the runner is accustomed to receiving these messages. In V2, it got these messages across the app domain, across the interfaces that we had set up across the app domain. But in V3, those are going to come across the TCP channel. So yeah, so the runner engine has the ability to send cancel and quit. We'll eventually have find and run in here. The other side of this then, obviously, is the execution engine. So in order to get an execution engine running, what I need is an engine ID for diagnostic purposes, but I also need to know what port to connect back to. So you remember that the runner is going to be responsible for setting up the listener, passing the port in via that TCP command line option. Filters, I don't know if this actually belongs here. We'll talk about that later, but at the moment, this represents all the filters that you could apply by running. Well, no, that's the wrong window anyway. Actually, it's perfect. All these filters here get combined into that filters class. And so they're used to automatically filter the things that are discovered and or the things that are run. So that's what that is. And then, of course, a diagnostic message sync for those messages to come back. So one of the operations that this can do right now, the only thing it can do is it can send a message. So given a message sync message, it will send that message, right? It will send that message back to back across the TCP socket. All right, it'll send that MSG with a space and an operation ID and a space, and then this message to JSON, which, as I mentioned earlier, is now a byte arrays and not a string, because all this stuff operates in terms of byte arrays. So why waste time converting it to a string and back? And then a new line. So then the handler half of this, the way this works is when it gets set up, so you notice that in the runner side, I can send cancel and quit. So on the execution side, I have the ability to add a command handler for cancel and quit. And so cancel is here and quit is here. This read-only memory of byte data that comes in here, nullable, represents any of the parameters that might be there. And in the case of where there's no parameters, we don't actually care. But in a case where there is parameters, we'll validate that that parameter is set up correctly, which is what was the operation ID. And then we will grab the operation ID out of this byte array. We'll turn it back into a string and then and then mark a flag to say cancellation was requested. And then for quit, shutdown is requested, and then that's it. So this is generally the pattern, right? There's going to be an engine on each side, and they'll both be running. The runner engine is basically the driver for everything. It issues requests over to the execution engine. The execution engine reads those requests, does the operation, sends messages back as a periodic status relating to those requests. And then when it's done, the runner engine will tell the execution engine, okay, I'm done with you now. You can shut down. That's what quit is for. So these operation IDs that we've been talking about here for cancellation, for example, the idea here is that in theory, you could be running multiple operations at the same time in parallel. In practice, I don't know that we'll actually be doing that, but the system will be set up to allow to do it. So when you make a request to say, hey, go find some tests for me, and by the way, here's an operation ID. So every message that comes back to me, tell me what request that response is here for. All right, dpend 2000. This sounds cool. I still don't understand it as a feature all users will use for perf, say, or some specific kind of users will find useful. Um, if I do this correctly, nobody will be aware that this exists. The idea here, much in the same way that in V1 and V2, end users really didn't understand how the app domain, cross app domain code worked. Here, end users probably won't even be aware that this system is in effect. In fact, I sort of debated whether or not to even put the -TCP thing here or not, because in theory it is kind of an edge case, like users should never need to do that. And if you try and do this, for example, if you were to launch this today and say TCP 1234, basically all you'll get is a timeout saying I couldn't talk to 1234, so I don't know what you wanted me to do. Although that's not actually the error we got, but I think that's probably because we failed to connect and then we tried to send the quit when we were shutting down. It's like, I'm not actually connected, so what are you talking about? So in general, like this isn't going to be a useful command line switch for end users. Now, for people who are writing runners, so like we're responsible for the first party runners. That includes the console runner and the VS test plugin and the MS build runner and the testroom.net runner. We own that. And by we, I mean I own 3 of the 4 of those, and Claire Novotny owns the VS test plugin. But you know, this is kind of like the core team here, right? It's basically at this point me and Claire. So we'll own that, but there will be third-party users today who own runners. So that would be like ReSharper and CodeRush. So this system will be in effect for them, but they won't necessarily have to be aware that it exists. I'm just kind of looking through here to see if there's any reason to have this stuff not just rolled down and everything looks fine. The way 99% of those users will interact with the system is through XUnit front controller. At the moment, it is an implementation of what we call the front controller pattern, which supports XUnit v1 and v2. This will, of course, be extended eventually to support XUnit v3. And the front controller is what was responsible for that message that we saw earlier, which was unknown test framework, couldn't find XUnit DLL v1 or XUnit execution v2. Right. So in essence, in order to run tests and not care about what version of XUnit they were run against, you just new up an XUnit front controller against an assembly file name. Tell us whether or not you want app domains, and then everything else becomes optional. Do you have a config file? Do you want shadow copying? If you do you care where it lives? Do you have a source provider? Do you have a diagnostic? Do you want to get diagnostic messages? All that stuff is sort of optional. So you'll just new up a front controller. You'll pass us in a test assembly name, and then you'll be able to run things on that. And a front controller is both. It is both a discoverer and an executor. So it can both find and run tests, right? It's intended to basically sit in front of both of those operations. And so that means that from an operational standpoint, the things you typically will do with a front controller would be find and run, right? As we mentioned before, find and discover and run on the execution side. And so actually if I go look at the console runner, right, and I come running here and I look for XUnit front controller, you'll see that our console runner also uses the front controller in order to run things, right? So this is not just what we expect other people to use, this is what we use too, because we don't want to have to care whether you want to run a V1, V2, or V3 test assembly. We just want to be able to run it. Quote, so it's easier to build runner front ends. Yes. So by the way, I would say this is the complicated way to build runner front ends, because it still requires you, for example, if you want to run tests, right, this is the most common thing you'll want to do here is run all. And you still have to implement a message sync. We give you some implementations of that. But you have to basically be able to react to messages like, let's go back to our console window, right? You still need to be able to react to messages like, I guess this is the best one, right? Like test assembly finished. So if you've been following along with what I've been doing in runner comment, if we go look at frameworks v3, or is it messages maybe messages, or where did those? Oh no, those are in core. Sorry. So SDK messages. Nope, SDK v3 frameworks. I'm trying to remember exactly where all these lived. These. Where do these messages live now? I totally can't even remember. Where is test assembly finished? This is the problem with having giant projects, is you don't always remember where everything is. All right, so in in v3 common. Um, so in v3 common, these are all the messages you need to be prepared to at least accept. You can ignore the things you don't care about. Like here's a perfect example. Before and after attributes are a feature of XUnit. Do you care that that the beforehand of a before and after attribute is running? Well, then you listen to these messages. And if you want to know when the after part of an after before and after attribute is running, then you can listen to those messages. If you don't care, you don't have to listen to them, but you will get them. Right? So implementing a runner basically means implementing a listener that gets these things asynchronously and reacts as appropriate. And so this is actually what our runner reporters are actually sort of designed around. Right, so this idea, our default runner reporter message handler, right? This is an implementation of iMessage sync. And what does it do? Well, it takes all the messages it cares about, which for example is test assembly finished, that one we just looked at, right? And says, I care about that message. What am I going to do with that message? Well, apparently nothing. Not going to do anything with that. But let's say, so here's test assembly execution starting. So this starting message that you see when we run tests, let's come over to this one now. Let's just scroll up. Oh, shoot, that's just really gigantic. Let's just go ahead and run them. So like this starting message right here, right? This is printed out by the default runner reporter. That's this starting message right here. All right, that's that starting message. So we also give you runner reporters in the box that will do things like the default runner reporter message handler will send messages to the logger. And so the logger, in the case of the console runner, is just the console window. In the case of the VS Test plugin, is the output window in Visual Studio. But we also support things like you can report test results to app there. We can report test results to TeamCity. We can report test results to VSTS, which is really, most people now think of it as Azure DevOps. But even if you're running like anyway. So this is how we plug into that system as well. So the question is, will you support V1 test forever? At this point in time, I have no intention of removing the ability to run V1 tests. I mean, I could just by deleting the code, but at the moment, the code already exists. Like the design of the system already exists to allow both backward and current version forward compatibility without having to change the binaries of the runner. So I don't know. I mean, I could remove the code. People got really sort of upset about our ability to run V1 tests. I'm sure somewhere someone would find a reason why we should keep it. If it was broken fundamentally in some way, like if I wanted to make some fundamental change that that broke our ability to run those tests, I would very strongly consider removing it. Because I mean, it is V1, right? V2's been out. Let's see, it was 2012, I think, right? So eight plus years at this point. Are there people still running V1 tests? Yeah, there are definitely still people running V1 tests. Will they be using a V3 runner to do so? I don't know. That's a good question. Probably not a V3 console runner because they'd have to go download it. but could they be using a V3 VS Test plugin because they want to run VS 2019 um, and they don't want to use the older VS Test runners? Well, then yeah, they could be doing it. So anyway, yeah. So this is kind of how all this is set up. And so where I am right now, as I previously mentioned, collapse this up. I have the buffered TCP client, which is being used by the two engines, which are not done yet. And then I've started modifying the command line in a console runner um, in uh, in the in-process console runner in order to be able to do TCP. Um, I had, let's see if I can find this. I don't remember if it was on the Linux side or the, let's see. Let's do this. Private prompt. One, two. I had TCP echo. Um, so this is a project from David Fowler, which is basically just a TCP echo server. I was looking at it in terms of um, what was um, what was understanding how to use pipe reader and pipe writer, and in fact, a decent amount of this code was very heavily the inspiration for the code that ended up in my TCP buffered client, um, buffered TCP client. And you'll see that, read-only sequence of byte features pretty heavily here. All this thing does is runs an echo server that will pipe messages out to any messages that you send to it. It'll pipe out. I'm going to need to modify this at some point in order to let me flip that to this side and flip this to this side. I am going to need to modify it at some point to allow me to type messages back because this engine is obviously bidirectional, so I'm going to need some bidirectional support. But like, if you see a dash TCP, so now if I talk to 8087, it will actually connect up to 8087. You can see we're connected over here. And now the engine is just listening and waiting for instructions on what to do. Of course, we will never be able to give it instructions on what to do because this thing is not listening for me to type and give it back stuff. Um, but it is now connected. And I think if I try and terminate this, yeah, obviously it's not going to terminate well on its own. We'll end up uh, just having to kill that. So I think the first thing I'm going to do then is I'm going to take this TCP echo and I'm going to, this thing is basically sitting in a loop doing this. So while true, socket is await async and then process async. I'm comfortable with this being a while true kind of a thing. I think what I want to do is I want to put this into a task run over here so that it runs in the background. And then my while true here. Yeah, I know. Actually, you can just be like that. That's what that exists for now. Right. So we can just let that run on its own in the background, accepting socket connections. And then what this can do is console readline. And then I'm going to want to send that out on whatever socket this is, which is an interesting problem, right? I want to send this to anybody who's listening. So I don't have, this is all pipe reader, pipe writer, which is fine. Actually, probably just all pipe reader, which is fine. I could, what's the easiest thing for me to do? I could basically just have this thing Hmm. Oh, I just kind of want to use my engines here, but I'm not gonna. Hmm. What if we do this? We do a static concurrent queue of string messages. Oh, we're not, I don't have to do that. I can do this now. And then we will do a messages add, messages triad, of course. Try, oh yeah, try, no, enqueue. I gotta remember what the terms are here. Enqueue the text. Um, and then we'll do static manual reset event. Let's see. Message available. You're in system threading. You're a new one of those. Whose initial state is not signaled. Actually, you should be an auto reset event. So then we'll do a message available set. This process lines async is basically our pipe reader. So right now the main wait loop is right here waiting to read content. But we can also do write text, write messages as a socket. We'll do that as well. So this will be a private static async, write messages, socket, and this thing can basically do a while true and say message available, wait one, while messages a try DQ out bar text. Let's get some bytes from that. So actually we want to make sure this has a new line on it. And then bytes, it's going to be encoding, UTF-8, get bytes for our text. And then we want to socket send. I guess we can do a send async, right? Send async. Oh, that's not a good async. That's okay. Array segment of buffer for socket flags. Okay, I'm all right with that. So an array segment, we should be able to say bytes dot as span, I think is an array segment. I can never remember exactly how all these three types interact with each other. It might be that we want memory, might be an array segment. I forget. What's memory of T? Memory of T is not necessarily an array segment. But it looks like you can convert an array segment into memory. I don't know. How do I get an array segment? Oh, I can just make one from bytes. All right, I'm making this a lot more complicated than it needs to be. New array segment, bool, byte, sorry, from my bytes. And then we await that. Why? What are you upset about? What is this? Oh yeah, I then need the second parameter, which is socket flags. Probably none. Yeah, none. So I'll just send that out the socket. All right, let's see, is this build? Couple of warnings, but whatever. Okay, here we are listening on 87. Let's come back here. Let's do this again. Now I should be able to type quit. And this over here quits. So there we go. That's pretty good. Disconnected with 0 messages processed. I actually added this count here um, to help me out. And let's see if I do this again. I do not get another connection, which is kind of interesting. Another quit is weird. So that whatever I've done breaks the fact that this thing should be able to sit there and run forever, but I don't know that I care all that much. Because what I'll do here is I'll just basically process exit. Process. No. Oh, let's see. Trying to remember how to just terminate a process. I thought it was process exit. Maybe I have to do current process. Exit code, exited, exit time, has exited. Okay. How about this? Quit, signaled, set, static, manual, reset event, quit, signaled, new, initial state is false. And then here in this loop, well, basically this and task run over here. Then we'll drop this onto another task, right? You apparently don't need the async. And then we will just wait for quit signaled be signaled, and then that will kill us. So one last time here, we'll give this a shot. That will run, that will get connected. We'll say quit, everybody will quit, and then that thing will die. Excellent. So then the easiest thing then would just be to open up another one of these. All right, we'll put that over there. We'll do our private prompt so that we can stop. We can make this prompt a little simpler. And then we will TCP echo bin source server bin debug and then force a one apparently. How surprising. There's our server. All right, and then that, and then good, and then quit, and then that. Excellent. All right. So we are good to go here. And I think we're good to go over here. We can kill that tab. We're just going to make that smaller because I'd really like to make this more like this so that I can get some of my window back. That would be fantastic. Okay. You can close. So we don't need you anymore. Okay. Now I think we're ready to make some progress. So we've obviously just tested quit, like we're doing a little interactive testing here, right? So I obviously tested quit. On the in terms of messages, cancel obviously doesn't really make any sense. We can do a little bit of verification on that, right? Do server, and then come over here and run this, and then we could say can ABC. Yep, that didn't do anything, did it? Wait. Let's do diagnostic messages. Actually, I think it's internal diagnostic messages, internal diagnostics, right? So there we go. Oh, that's just me saying I forgot to run my server. Let's go ahead and run that. Connecting, connected, ABC. I don't know what an ABC is. I'm gonna do cancel. Yep, no operation ID, cancel one, right? Quit, Disconnecting, disconnect. Okay, good. So that gets us running there. Then, so what are the commands we need? So we already know about cancel, although cancel doesn't really do anything because we're not actually running anything yet. So we need to be able to run things. Probably the easiest thing would be to just say run. PQR, okay, public, static, read only, byte array, run, fight, R, fight, U, fight, N. Okay, let's see, sent. I think it should be send. Send to indicate test should be canceled. Today's operation to be send to indicate that, let's see, let's do run all because we have a run and run tests, run all run tests. Look at that. All tests should be run. The data is the operation ID. So we'll do run all, right, a, right, butte. Apparently I want to type butte. Who knew? That's what my fingers wanted to do. Run all. Hey, run all. And if I look at iTest framework executor, right, run all basically doesn't require any. Well, it requires some options here. The options are interesting. Yeah, so the options are things like, where we go? Diagnostic messages, include serialization, include source information, method display or default. So all this stuff that we think of as options are things that come in from the command line. And so we will have assumed, I gotta mute my phone. My friends are sort of blowing up text messages right now because Trump got banned from Twitter forever. So yeah, so there's I think all these options come from the command line, so they won't have to come from the runner. So really, there's no data here other than operation ID. So run all should be pretty easy for us to implement, right? So let's go to the TCP execution engine. All right, we're going to need to do one of these where we want to say run all is going to be on run all. Let's go look at cancel because it's closest, right? Because it already has our operation ID handling. We will call you on run all. Run all data is missing operation ID. So we grab this operation ID and then we need to do something with it. So here we have, I feel like what we needed here that we don't have yet is, and I don't know if it belongs, maybe it belongs inside here. It might actually belong inside here. We need to find the correct, let's see, how do we do this today? Let's go to the inproc console runner. Let's go to execute assembly. This is in essence what we need to do is this stuff, which by the way, I'm hoping one of the results of all this will be that I will refactor a bunch of code out of this console runner class where it sort of never belonged but never had any other place to live and share it between the console runner and the execution engine. Right, so if I were to take this, let's just take this as is. And it's not correct, but let's just take it as is and drop it in here like this. First of all, where are all our red lines, right? Okay, well, this is dealing with XML, which I really don't care about. Console locks I don't care about. Project assemblies I don't care about. I don't think. Yeah, so let's start commenting out some of these things. So we figure out exactly what we need. We don't have a cancellation issue here. We aren't going to do XML. We don't validate the file exists. For the config file name, we probably need that, but maybe not yet. So rather than delete it, I'll just turn that out. Assembly configuration pre-enumerate theories is command line pre-enumerate theories. This is all project assembly stuff. But we're gonna get these options. Actually, a whole bunch of this stuff doesn't matter yet, right? Because this is all trying to set up options, but we're gonna get those options. Or do we have to set up those options? No, we have to set them up. So this is coming from the project assembly. You don't want a project assembly coming through here like this, but I do need to figure out how to set up all the options. For the moment, I feel like I'm okay with this being commented out. Actually, let's just comment these things out rather than if falsing them. We'll just use empty options, which will be the default for the moment. Max thread count, stop on fail. So again, we'll worry about these later. Assembly display name, a diagnostic message sync I don't need, an internal diagnostic message sync I don't need. Long running seconds I might need, but not now. Assembly info, I'm definitely going to need access to the reflection assembly info for our test assembly. But I don't have our test assembly yet. Test assembly comes in where? That must be somewhere else. Disposal tracker, extensibility point factory, get the test framework. Well, that's interesting. Extensibility point factory is where you're in core. And you're, yeah, I'm gonna say, oh no, I can't, I don't have access to that. Get the test framework for this assembly info. That's a good point. That sort of belongs in core. So I wonder what that means is that our TCP execution engine probably has to be in core. If that's true, then that means I need to move some other things around, don't I? What's in buffer TCP client that's runner specific? I don't think there's anything in here that's runner specific. So if I were to move buffer TCP client up into v3 common, so if you're there, let's see how upset you get by being there. So no pipelines. I can fix that. Pipelines, I put reference here, but I could absolutely move that reference up. Well, actually, that probably needs to stay there anyway, but probably needs to come up here as well. Okay, we'll let the restore happen, then come back here. We'll just lie about this for a moment. And then what's our only red down here? TCP engine messages needs to move as well. That would make sense. Let me make sure everybody gets saved before I start trying to move anybody around. So engine messages can go here. Kind of want to put this stuff in a excuse me, in a folder. All this engines. We'll move you guys up here. No, just the two of you. Come up into engines. Okay, that's just bytes, so nobody should be upset about that. And close you, and then come back here. And now we have no more red. Okay, that's good. So now the execution engine now needs to move up here. And then let's see. Put that back up. That apparently got closed in the move. So we have a problem with filters. So I'm not too surprised about that. I am not actually using them yet, so we'll worry about that later. Yeah. Okay. Some red up here. Missing some runner common, runner engine, runner common. And we already knew that a bunch of this stuff was broken. That's why we're here. But everything else looks okay. But what that does mean now, though, is that I should have access to my extensibility point factory. Supposed to, anyway. Oh, no, this has to be in core, not common. I knew that. All right, so you leave there, and then you come in here. Core. Oh, engines all by itself, I guess. I don't know. Okay, one more time. Once more with feeling. Where's X unit filters, by the way? I expect that to have been in runner common, right? Yeah, runner common. Okay. Okay, extensibility point factory is here. Good. So then we need test discovery sync. Yeah, so that's interesting. So how much of this stuff needs to move up? I don't think. Not 100% sure on that one. Oh, and I've lost access to my test framework options. Yeah, this suddenly feels like it's in the wrong place at the right time, all, all for all the wrong reasons, the right reasons. Um, the real problem is, so the in-process runner, maybe this needs to be down the in-process runner. Maybe this is really what the problem is, right? Because the in-process runner has access to core. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a lot of what were you thinking? You're going back to runner common. Frameworks v3. You're going back to runner common. Um, execution engine. Call you X unit v3 execution engine because I'm pretty sure that's what your name is going to be. But runner engine is here, so you can take that reference again. You're not red. Okay, that's fine. So let me go back to core now. I think I'm done here. Move that engines folder out again. Go back into core. Oh, no. Put it in common. Pipelines doesn't need to be there. Or you can stay, you can stay. So this buffer, let's see, this execution engine then doesn't belong here. It belongs in inproc console runner. Okay, so then this engines folder can go away. Okay, now how we doing? So your runner engine, you have access to that, you have access to that. We get our filters back. All right, this is a pretty clear sign that we were in the wrong place when the filters weren't going to be available. Okay, we don't care about X element at the moment. Don't know what the return type of this is going to be, but we'll figure it out. We don't know what test assembly is, but now we have our extensibility point factory back. Disposal tracker. We have our discovery sync. Yeah, we'll figure that out in a minute. This is basically a thunk to say what to do if cancellation is requested. Let's see. So we sent test assembly discovery starting for our assembly to the reporter message handler. So we don't have a reporter here. So we don't need that. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Let's see. The non Exchange v3 common messages are serializing inappropriately with dash chasing, which is fine. So what we want to do is we want to get our test discover. We want to do the find. We want to wait for the finish to complete. And then we don't need to send messages because we don't have our thing. We have our filter. We have execution starting, which we don't care about. And then we need our execution sync. Order message handler, delegating. We don't, I'm not 100% sure which of these things I need at the moment. We'll find out. In a minute, where exactly that thing gets sent in. To do once we stop passing around a test case, this call to run test should be conditioned on serialization support. That's a nice comment. Sure. Filter test cases. Wait, and then we need a summary to be sent to the message fan with a stop on fail. Results in execution, cancel, doing to cancel, doing to cancel. So this is our results sync. Run tests. And then if I catch exceptions, then I need to write stuff. None of this is actually true. None of that is actually true. So basically what we're missing at the moment, other than a whole lot of customization logic, is this test assembly. So what are you, test assembly? You are an assembly. So that's us, right? Console runner probably plucks that from get entry assembly, or it's given the test assembly at runtime. So test assembly is probably something we should be passing through the execution engine. ID port, so assembly, test assembly. All right, param name the test assembly to use for discovery and execution. Okay. You need to get stashed, so create and assign a field. You need to be guarded against nullness. You probably put private on there, which I don't like. You got put in the incorrect place alphabetically. for reasons that I don't understand. That solves half of it, and the other half here is the results sink. So this is an I execution sync, which I believe is just a specialization of our message sync, which fine. Specialization of our message sync. So what does it take today? What it takes today is our reporter message handler, which is basically the end of the chain. Depend, if you're still here, thanks for hanging out. If you're not, well then, I guess you didn't hear that. So our delegating execution summary sync is looking for reporter message handler is the end of the chain. But we don't actually have a reporter message handler. What we do have is us, right? We have the ability to send a message. So given an operation ID and a message, we can send that message to the other side. That's essentially what we want to do. We just need to wrap that up into an implementation of message handler. So we're going to need a class for this. We'll do a little private class here. Let's see. We'll just call this the execution sync. You are an iMessage sync, right? On your constructor, you will take an operation ID and the instance of the TCP execution ID. Field, go away private. Then every time you do message, we need to return back a bool. So I think the other thing that's available in our engine is this list of cancellation requests based on IDs. We'll see if we have access to that through the engine or not, right? We might. Engine.cancellation requested, we do. Okay, great. So we'll do an engine.send message for operation ID and our message. Then we will return cancellation requested and cancellation requested. Contains our operation ID. Stop running, otherwise keep running. So I guess that's a not. There you go. So that's the start of our sync. So up here, delegating execution summary sync just takes the inner sync, right? So inner sync is a new execution sync. That needs a better name. Do we have an operation ID? We don't have an operation ID. We'll figure that out here in a minute. We will, we just don't. So given this operation ID and this, let's see, we'll call this the engine callback sync. That's what we'll call that. Wow, that didn't do at all what I thought it was going to do. Okay. This is our callback sync. Callback sync is what gets passed here. We don't do XML. We will do long running, and we will do fail skips at some point. All right, so what we need to be passed into this now is just the operation ID. Pretty sure. None of this other stuff seems to be necessary at this point. Okay, so now if I have my operation ID, I should be able to say, you are just execute assembly, my operation ID, right? Um, interesting problem with all this though is like I want this to go on to its own task. I don't want to have to wait for it. So I think, at least at the moment, what I'll do is I'll just return a task. And then I will say return task run async of this, then this. That's what I meant. And then we'll go ahead and let that thing run. So the task run is going to give me back a task. You're not async anymore. You're just a task. You'll go on to a separate thread. The moment I'm just going to ignore you. Okay. One of the things I could do here, let's see. I think actually that's all I need. Let's just build this. Does it build? Does it blend? So runner engine, you don't have access to the TCP engine. It's execution engine type. So you're executing your D through TCP execution engine. That's fine. Okay, and now we've got TCP execution engine needs the test assembly, right? Test assembly. Is that all that's here? Okay. Let's build everybody. Let's come back over here and we will run our server. We could be a little bit bigger, I guess. We still have a failure here. Run our common tests. That's okay. Because I'm going to run the assert tests. So that should have connected me up to the engine, and then I should be able to come over here. First of all, can I still quit? Yes, I can. Okay, good. I haven't broken that. Can I come over here and say run all? 1. Okay, and what I got back was a bunch of messages. MSG1 message. Error creating theory test case for blah, falling back to single test case, exception message. Unicode circuit characters must be written out as pairs together in the same column, not individually. Please consider passing a character array instead. So this is just a diagnostic message that popped back into here. That's okay for now. I feel like some of that stuff should get passed over here as well. That was, you know, that was okay, right? Run all 2. Run them again. Wait. All right. I'm certainly not the only one who is surprised that it just kind of worked, right? Can't be the only one who's surprised by that. Yeah. Okay. That seems like a pretty good validation that the design is doing what I expected it to do. I should be able to, interestingly, I think if I were to run this again, and then I were to run this again, and I were to come over here and I were to say cancel 1, cancel one, and then say run all one. It wouldn't do a whole lot. It would start running things. Or did it run everything and it's just really super fast and I didn't notice? It probably ran everything. So it doesn't seem like the cancellation stuff is finding its way back. Let's make a note of that. Is cancellation working? Cross TCP, is cancellation working? Excellent question. Um, yeah. So this, nope, wrong one. Let's go here. Close a bunch of this stuff I don't think we need anymore. All right, so this clearly is the core of what that other thing used to do. And I can probably start bringing things in like, so this was taking an XUnit project assembly, which I don't think I have access to, if I'm being honest, right? That would normally have been set up through, I suppose I could be given this by the console runner. Is that the right answer? Maybe. We are putting a lot of configuration through here, so maybe. I mean, I'm reluctant to start adding a whole bunch of stuff into the required parameter list here, right? The project assembly. So this is the project assembly. The filters, by the way, would have come from the project. Then that's the output requests. But the output requests don't matter in this case. So that's fine. So we have a project assembly. So given that, I should then be able to pass in project assembly. Oh no, I don't actually have to pass that in, right? That's just going to be hanging around. So if I were to take this, what I'd be able to say is, this stuff should already have been done before it gets to me. That was always in a weird place. So validate file exists. I don't think it matters because we will have already done that. This, I'm going to move up here. Where does this really belong? All right, we're going to do this, although we're going to do it here. And project assembly needs to be field. You're going to get guarded. You're in the wrong place because of course you are. You're definitely in the wrong place. Oh my God, you're in the right place. It's amazing. Project assembly. The project, let's see, the test assembly project information. Basically the best way to describe that. Mainline pre-enumerate theories, diagnostic messages, internal diagnostic messages. This doesn't even really belong here either. We'll find a new home for that. We definitely don't need XML. Parallelized test collections, max thread count, diagnostic messages, no caller, fail skips, skip, stop on fail, filters. We definitely don't need filters. Internal diagnostic messages, and then reporter handling we definitely don't need. I think a lot of this stuff, honestly, like we pull it out of the command line, but it doesn't really belong in the command line. Like I think all that stuff belongs here in either the project assembly or maybe it belongs in a project and we should pass the project along. Like today we have filters and output, which is just a weird couple of things. We should be able to store more than that. So what I really like to see is stuff in here for everything that we would have passed along or pulled out of command line, which I guess means this stuff for starters, right? So pre-enumerate theories should already be set from the command line. That's an assembly configuration. That's in the assembly configuration. Diagnostic messages and internal diagnostic messages. Why is that in assembly configuration? I'm sure I don't know. Why is it in assembly configuration? Do we put everything in configuration? App domain default, diagnostic messages are default, serialization, source information, internal diagnostic messages, long running test seconds, max parallel threads. Why are we passing all these flags around if this stuff is all supposed to be here? Is there anything in command line that's not represented in one of these two places? And also, why is it all here in the test assembly configuration? Things that aren't test assembly configuration. So app domain support is here. Like my temptation is to just get rid of some of these things, right? Like, why do I need you? You should go into the assembly configuration, right? We should basically do for each var test assembly in what it is. This is the project, right? Project assemblies. We'll call you assembly. Assembly dot configuration dot app domain equals app domain support denied. Right? Why would I not be doing that? I'll do this. We'll set that here. All right, what other things am I disrupting by doing that? Oh my God, I'm doing it in the wrong command line. God bless America. Undo all those changes, please. Use the right one. Okay, so app domain isn't even here. I guess that makes sense because we don't really have app domains. Debug being there is fine. Diagnostic messages being here is not. Let's get you out of here. read bar assembly in project assemblies. Assembly.configuration.diagnostic messages is true. Literally what's going to happen here, right? Let's just start getting rid of these things. And then when I do that, what do I break? So I break console runner who wants to know about, well, okay, so I'm missing things to the execution engine. Run project. You have the project. Why do you care about diagnostic messages? Because execute assembly cares about diagnostic messages. Okay. Execute assembly cares about diagnostic messages because no good reason. That no longer needs to be there. Now we come up here and we say, guess what? You don't care about diagnostic messages anymore. Okay. So the other thing I think about this though is like some of these things don't actually belong here. Should be read with the config reader class. Oh, I see. Well, isn't that interesting? These are things in the config file. Yeah. All right. I understand. So the config file isn't really even per assembly configuration. It's like per invocation configuration. Maybe this shouldn't be hanging off the assembly. Maybe this should actually be hanging off of the project. Oh, no, it can be per assembly. Hmm. Okay, no, I was wrong on that one. It is per assembly. Okay, it's in the right place. Regardless, though, I should still be able to start picking some of this stuff out. Fail skips. And I think what's going to happen is every time I add something to this test assembly configuration, like fail skips is not here, right? Fail skips. What that means is I should go to config reader and add configuration elements for it. Because I have in my list of stuff to do, in my list of stuff to do, it might not be here. It might be here. In my list of stuff to do, runners. Is it runners? It's a core framework. Is it architecture? Feature equivalents, config files, and runner switches. Really feels like I'm about to start working on this. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it feels like. And I'm doing it. Yeah. I don't feel like I want to do it exactly as a part of all this work. I feel like this should be done separately. So I think what I'm going to do then is it's stash time, or we'll do another whip. Oh, hey, this is still running. Good for me. Everybody just kind of hung out and waited. More whip. Kind of like a cool whip. Will Wheaton. All right, GPG, PGP, whatever you are. Wake up. Back to dev. And clean. And reopen Visual Studio. Okay. Oh, apparently there's a new video driver. How exciting. Okay, everybody's been restored now. You guys can unload. So what I want is to fix up command line. Like I just want to get rid of diagnostic messages again. All right. Then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say for each bar assembly and project assemblies, assembly.configuration.diagnostic messages is true. All right, we're just going to do this one at a time. And in the meantime, we're also going to make sure that everybody has a config file as needed. Config file option as needed. No diagnostic messages. No diagnostic messages. No diagnostic messages. No need to do that. Let's go to assert tests, because that's what we're going to run to make sure that everything is still working. But now I'm going to have to fix, of course, command line tests. Project. Well, I understand that. Assemblies. I don't know why I was. Diagnostic messages. Turns true if they are all set. False otherwise. So what is the problem here? Oh yeah, this is assembly.configuration, not diagnostic messages. All right. I guess I should do or defaults. I guess that's what it's really trying to get me to do. And we'll do runner and console tests since those are going to have to change anyway. Go ahead and run that. Diagnostics, accessor. Expected false was true. Switch option is false by default. It's possible that I have no assemblies, right? That's this. Interestingly, that didn't fail. Oh, it's gone now, right? Let's do this. It's my command line project. Oh, it has an assembly. Configuration. Oh, why are you set to true? Hmm. Okay. Still command line. First fault. Yeah, I'm sure I don't understand that. Let's kill this and then come back up to our breakpoint and move it back a line. Figure out what's going on here with parse. Okay, args is empty. Don't care about that. So we step into parse. Project is parse. Project. Okay, so our configuration should be hanging out with the default values, right? At this point, project, assemblies, configuration, has diagnostic messages as true. Is that really true by default? That doesn't seem like it should be true by default. No, it's false by default. Okay. Ooh, we do a configurator load on the assembly file name. Okay. Try again. Try again, I said. Assembly name DLL, configurator load, step in. Configurator JSON load. Our config file name is null. Which means our assembly name is assembly name, our directory name is empty. Oh, it's actually loading my XUnit runner JSON. Wow. Of course it is. It's really doing the right thing. Yeah. Okay, well. I guess what that means is I need a way to say configuration here is really empty. So I really don't want you to do that. Oh. So our arguments are empty. Which means we don't have a config file. I think what I'm going to have to do here is Oh, not sure exactly what I'm going to do here yet. We definitely do parse with config files, I'm sure. Orders, where's config file? We really never do a config file? Oh, there we go. So as long as it's not in this bad config pattern, we should be okay, right? So here we want is no config.json. My test going to pass now? It does. Okay, good. Probably want that like everywhere. Like I want you to be no config. And I definitely want you to be just command line parse params string arguments. I want you to be no config JSON with a switch. Max threads default value is null. Right, I suddenly want all of these things to have no config unless I ask for config. Which in theory shouldn't break anybody. Because what's happening is the config reader, when it doesn't find the file, just skips over it. Parse. Let's do that. Yeah, that, 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 and that, and that, and that. So there's our runner reporters. So we'll do that. And that. And that. And that. And that. So now every call to parse here should have a config file. Nope, gotta go back up to the top. Bad config, assembly1 config, assembly1 JSON, assembly2 JSON, assembly1 JSON with config file. I guess these don't need it. Back down here. So these don't need it, but everybody else needs it. There's one we missed. And then there's one we missed. So everybody except the ones that are explicitly about config files. And then these 5, we got all 5 of these. Okay, good. So that should not break anybody. Very good. I guess everybody's still building. You or you coming back here. I think the three of you can go away. Well, all right. So debug. Debug's an interesting one. Should this be a config file item? Hmm. Should this be a config file? Will launch attach the debugger before running any tests. No, that's not a config file item. That is just strictly something else. But so right now, I think about the way I use command line. I come in and I peek into a bunch of this stuff. But I think at the end, what I really want is project to be the only thing that matters. And these things which are hanging off the project should probably be in an equivalent to, right? An equivalent to test assembly configuration, which we could call test runner configuration. See, represents configuration I'm setting the app config file of a test assembly. That's actually not true. We'll just say configuration file of a test assembly. It should be read as the config reader class. So if I were to do it like this, and I were to say, hey, represents configuration items, configuration settings for a test runner, which are independent of the test assembly, are usually passed via command line or some other mechanism, some other equivalent mechanism. So what that means then is project assembly should have a test runner configuration or a test project configuration. Maybe that's what it should be called. So we have an XUnit assembly, test assembly. So this would be a test, yeah, we'll call this test project. Okay. Yeah, whatever. You crush a lot, Visual Studio. Don't try and rename anything more in those files that haven't been saved yet. I don't know how long this bug has been there, but it's been there for a while. Okay, selection project assembly is now going to have its own test project configuration. Student project. These things are going to go there for sure. We already know, right? It's going to be, that's the list of filters used during test discovery. Okay, so what are you upset about? Non-nullable needs a value. Yep, sure. Today we just sort of set empty ones, don't we? Initialize is a new instance of the project. Accessed via Let's see, this is a XUnit project dot XUnit project dot configuration, which doesn't exist yet. Okay, summary. The output files that should be generated from the test bed. The key is the output type, and the value is the output file name. Output type is accessed via, what are you called? You are the transform factory. Output type, same as the keys in transform factory. Transform factory dot available transforms, which is itself a list of transforms. Same matches transform ID property, ID transforms available in transform factory available transforms. Okay, that is a good message. Okay, so now if I go to XUnit project, I need configuration. I want it to look like XUnit project assembly configuration. All right, so I want you to be test project configuration. Which, by the way, it looks like that was the part of the rename that failed. Did not rename my file. Then configuration is this. Configuration values for the test. Sure. This doesn't actually read anything, so I don't actually think I need to do it like that. All right, I shall do this. Right. Okay. Don't need you. Don't need you. We'll come back here. So there's filters and output. That's going to break enough. Unit project does not have an output. Get XML transforms for a project. So this is project dot configuration dot output. That's assembly configuration does not contain output, or it's not what, no what. I think you're wrong on that count. Wait a minute, project is a project, configuration, oh, that is the wrong type. It'd be a test project configuration. My bad. Okay. That should break all of our runners, many of our runners anyway. So this is project configuration filters, right? Okay, so that's that. Then filters isn't here, but guess what? Should the filters be, actually, should the filters be per project? Maybe they should be for assembly. They're not today, but that's just because I don't have them in the config file. But I feel like they could be. Hmm. Could be. They probably should be. Let's leave ourselves a note. This should be in test assembly configuration. We would need some kind of filter language that could be parsable inside of a config file. Where do we do that? For the moment, we'll leave it there then. The understanding that we could come back and do that later. Nope. Broken some other stuff. Configuration dot. Configuration dot. Configuration dot. I just realized I need to be making all these changes to the other command line as well. Yep. I need to be making all these changes to the other command line as well. Hey, right here. Steal that, please. Hmm, it's true. Also true. That's true. That's true. That's true, and that's true. Execute assembly doesn't contain diagnostic messages. You don't get overrun. But I also feel like I can get rid of this filters thing. Like if project assembly had a back reference to its project, we could go get that stuff. All right. I put a constructor on there. How many people make these? Besides tests. Right here. Right here. Right here. Uh-huh. To do on here, to do back reference to the XUnit project. We can stop passing around filters output. Enough. All right, let's go to our, yep, okay. So I'll run our console tests. Let's get this up. Start looking at this, our other command line tests for that. We don't need this, but we are going to want this. And all of this stuff. Every time you call dot parse, you want to see it. Why? Why am I hitting the wrong thing? That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. There you go. There you go. Go. There you go. Uh-huh. Default value is null. Really? How are you getting away with not having? It's just so weird. How are you getting away with that? Where was I? Grr. Hey, how are you getting away with this? Back and fix you in a minute. Back and fix you in a minute. Okay. Pretty sure that's all of them. Those are all the parser tests. And then here we've got assembly one, assembly one, assembly name, assembly name, assembly one, assembly one, assembly one. That went from here on down. Selection. Those are all the ones up top. These should have been assembly name as well. Probably doesn't matter that much, but as well get some consistency. That's still config files, right? That's still config files, and then that's still config files. Assembly name, no config, assembly name, no config, assembly name, no config. Okay, those are all good. Those all have assembly name, no config, assembly name, no config, assembly name, no config. Okay, good. So you still have a bunch of stuff that needs to get fixed up because this is now configuration. Configuration. Config. Okay. It's everybody. So the runner in proc console tests all pass. Runner console tests don't all pass. That's weird, right? Command line test. Let's make sure I didn't screw this up. This one, copy path. Yeah, that shouldn't have been there. Multiple assemblies is one config file. It's 118. Yeah, that shouldn't have been there. That's probably most of the failures. Everything else looks like it's down here. So let's go ahead and run those again. Yep, that's what that was. Let's do a build on this while that's going. Let's go see what we can do next. All right, so we've got you and you and you and you. So what's next in the command line? Debug. Debug is definitely a project config. Debug get set flag. Hello, caps lock. Just easy enough, right? You come down here and you say project configuration debug is true. The other command line, we're going to debug. Oh, I guess we could have done app domains too, huh? Project configuration debug is true. We're going to pin you, and you, and you, Let's do console runner. Let's do that one. We'll pin you there. The other console runner is the in-prop console runner, and we'll pin you there. Okay. Command line.debug. Command line.project configuration debug. Command line project configuration debug. Okay. Should also be doing this to the MS build runner. I just don't know yet exactly what form that takes. And project configuration debug. Project configuration debug. Yeah, I screwed myself up in the middle there, but I got all the way through the 64-bit tests. Did I? No, I didn't even get all the way through the 64-bit tests. All right, well, let's run them all again. This time I'll try not to screw it up. Hey, you can be maximized again. Okay, while these are running, I'm going to go use the facilities. I'll be right back. Well, okay, that was unexpected. V3 core tests just what, crashed? And why would that be? Why would you just crash? Oh, that's very suspicious. But I'm just going to keep plowing forward. I don't know why anything I would have changed would have done anything there. So I'll just continue to run the runner tests and see where it leaves us. Okay, so command line. I really would love to see this be alphabetized. Is now the time to alphabetize? It might be. Might be, rabbits. All right, well. From a properties perspective, app domains certainly already exists in the assembly config. So let's go grab this, throw that in there. Domain support. No, I'll do this. Okay. I'm very pleased by every single one of these things that goes away. It makes me happy. Come on, get happy. Nope. 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 Mhm. Uh, default values, no. Yeah. Well, you are runner console tests. Okay. Who's up next? Fail skips. Okay, this is going to go into test assembly configuration, probably, right? We have fail skips. We don't have fail skips. Okay, good. Ooh, fail skips. That's or sets a flag indicating that skipped tests should be converted into failed tests. Skips are default is fail skips. With the flag indicating skip tests should be converted into failed tests. Flag is not set. Times the default value. Okay. Here, one of these. One of those. Command line. Down skips. One of these. Okay. Mainline ain't got no fail skips. I don't have no friends in 818. Skips. If, let's see, project, no, assembly, configuration, fail skips. Okay. Skips. 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 Assembly dot configuration. Skips. One default. Okay. By the way, this whole or default thing really sort of implies that this debug should be nullable Boolean. All right. Debug or indicates whether the runner should attempt to attach debugger or running tests. Flag is not specified. Times the default value. Just debug or default. Debug or default. Debug or default. Yep. Project assembly is all a configuration Downstairs. Or default. I knew that. Okay. Run a console test. Look good. Run an in-proc console tests. Good. I feel like I should be able to set a multi startup. Runner console tests. Start. Runner in-proc console test. Start. What happens when I do that? If I run, it'll launch them both. Very nice. Okay. Who's next? Internal diagnostic messages. So we have decided that that is assembly, right? And that's already there. Internal diagnostic message is already there. Internal diagnostic messages. Okay. Command line. Internal diagnostic messages. Where are you? You're right there. You can go away. It's not there, is it? Diagnostic message sync. Internal diagnostics. Where are we? Any entry point? Why? Where is that diagnostic message sync being sent? That's being sent to the reporter message handler. Anybody wants internal diagnostic messages, then the reporter message handler will return them. This is on assembly, so then this would be assembly configuration. Internal diagnostic messages are default. What's my red up here? This is an entry point. Okay, so interestingly, we can't do that there because that's not available down here. So we'll start out with the assumption that we don't want them. Enable them conditionally. We got the same problem over here, right? Which is we need to start with this as our assumption. Then pick this up here. Actually, let's pick that up right there because I like where that lands the source a little bit better because of the comment. Interestingly, that we have a no color here. We do have a no color here. Okay. Just don't remember seeing it, but probably blocked it out. No, 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 no. That's interesting. Oh, I already did it up here. Now, odd. Starting to get some consistency going on here. Maybe seeing where we can start refactoring some of this stuff out, which of course is all we've ever wanted in life, right? All right, everybody's good. Next. Next parallel threads. Default unlimited default into parse. Okay. It's fine. Or that's exactly the same on the other side. Nope. 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 You need to make sure that, like in this case, execution max parallel threads does get set. Okay. It's weirdly. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't alphabetized. Hey, next. Mhm. We do. Okay. Other half. Very good. Very good. No auto reporters. No auto reporters feels like test project config. Gets or sets flag indicating that the test runner should not attempt to use any automatically environmentally enabled orders. But nope, don't have to write that. You just write no auto reporters or false. Okay. Choose reporter is called significantly later than parse. Okay. Project configuration of reporters is true. Now you, no other reporters. Configuration, no other reporters are default. Is that also red up here? Guess I didn't have comments there, did I? Project. Oh, test. This is X unit project. Configuration dot. This project configuration dot. No other reporters. And we'll first look for an environment that is available. Search the command options. If there are no environment, we'll turn it. Yep, default. Very good. Okay. Oh, no, one more red. And project configuration. No other reporters. No defaults. Okay, very good. No color. All right, do you agree? No color? I agree, no color. You are going to be a project configuration. That's our sets a flag. Oh wait, that block. Indicating that the task runner should not output any color codes when running text to the console. No color or defaults. No color or see, get environment variable, environment, get environment variable of no color. False, true. Say, so that would be not equal to null. It's a flag indicating that the test runner should not output any color codes when writing text to the console. Flag is not set. Returns true if the user has defined the no color environment variable or false otherwise. Okay. So that duplicated code gets to go away. Project configuration, no color. Project configuration, no color. And duplicated code. And then project configuration, no color. More defaults. Use a lot here, don't we? No color. Not no color. Is no color. And that's going away. No color. No color is true. I don't know. False, I guess. If you're not no color, and if you're not no color, so many no color, no color, no color. Project, color, color, execute assembly, color. Color is project. Here I need the project no color. I don't have my project, I don't have my assembly back reference. Now I want my assembly back reference. Assembly project configuration no color. Yep, I'm gonna get my back reference. Where are we here? Get available runner reporters. Get available runner reporters. Cool. Now, isn't that interesting? We get that here. That's going to be command line dot project dot configuration dot no color. And what's down here? We need our back reference. Project that this project assembly belongs to. Okay, we'll do a guard on this. Guard. Guard. Name of. What is that? New instance of the action project assembly. Project this assembly belongs to. Okay, let's come here. This is going to be one place where they get made. Uh-huh. Can't quite do it like that, can we? Okay. So the bool and the bool and the bool and the bool. All right. Test data. Target. Uh-huh. All right, we're gonna do it like this. Already aware. Right. Why no color is also false. Hmm. Assembly. Project. Configuration. No color or defaults. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 No logo. Guess what? No logo. I know where you go. Test project. Flag is not set. Turns false. Okay. Okay. You up here. Configuration. All our defaults. That should be our tests, right? Should be our tests. Okay. First fault we need to leave. Pause. 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 Whoops. Let's actually steal that. You go here. Pause. That's our sets of flag. Indicating. Test runner. Pause before running any tests. All our defaults. Pause. False. Very minimal. Realize this should say returns. We thought around there. Okay. And then pause your project information. Man, console runner. Console runner. Tests. Good. Re-enumerate theories. I'm going to assume that's already on test assembly configuration. Yep. And then pre-enumerate theories. Pre-enumerate theories. Console runner. Spot. Need you. Need you. Hmm. Well, no. What did I do here? It's wrong. Did I make the wrong change? Pre-enumerate theories, pre-enumerate theories, pre-enumerate theories or default. Okay. Pre-enumerate theories is false by default. That part hasn't changed. We'll make sure our thing says the same thing. Test assembly configuration, pre-enumerate theories is true by default. Hmm. Yeah, bad test. Um, Probably the easiest thing to do is just flip the test. We're going to call you switch default. We're going to tell you switch override. Switch default. Switch override. You need to be not. I'll invoke. We got a not in there, right? This is the switch override. I don't really have a none. I have a not any. We just say all not of the default. Hmm. I guess it does have to be a not any, doesn't it? Thinking about that, it definitely has to be a not any. Is there a dark mode? You don't want to hear my thoughts on dark mode. I don't understand. Is that right? No, see that? Switch default. Here, at the moment. This doesn't feel right. I don't think I should be able to reason through this, right? So if I go to all, the default is wrong. Override is correct. What I could do is instead of doing our default, I could say this, right? Because then I don't use the default value anymore. There we go. Okay. All right, what's next? Parallelize assemblies, parallelize test collections. Parallelize assemblies and parallelize test collections. I think I'm going to do both of those at the same time because I feel like, yeah, we'll see. Excuse me. Test assembly has parallelized test collections and then parallelized assembly inside of it in test assembly. Yep. Okay. We'll just do that all at the same time. All right, so this will be then we'll do a for each on all these. Yeah. Parallelized test collections, parallelized test collections. Okay. This one's only got one. So we'll just steal this. Say the ultimate manage is test collections. Okay. Console runner. Parallelized test collections. Parallelized test collections. Parallelized test collections. Okay. Set disable parallelization for execution options. We'll make sure that that's getting done. Set disable parallelization option. Yep. Very good. Console runner. Yep. Yep. Yes. 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 Yes and yes. Yeah. Parallelized assemblies has value, then parallelized assemblies is project all. So we'll just do this. All right. And then this can just become this. So only parallelize the assemblies if they all want to contribute. To do that, I'm sure, is a request that has been open for a while. Now it's a to do. Okay. Okay. Configuration. Some configuration. Parallel assembly. right? This assembly configuration, and on assembly. Test collections. Okay, good. Command line. Stop on fail. Stop on fail. Stop on fail. Probably not in test assembly. Oh, it is already in test assembly. Stop on fail. Okay. Stop on fail is this. And then stop fail. This. Then stop on fail is up here. Starting to like this. Same. Set stop on test fail. Not set stop on test fail from configuration. Stop on fail or default. Stop on fail. Wait a minute. That's set. Okay, yeah, that's the nullable one. Yep. Okay. That was a sort of a legit bug there. Alt. Okay. Other console runner. Up, 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 up. No. Assembly configuration. Stop on fail or default. Okay, we want this. Right, and then this. And everybody runs and succeeds. You're almost there. Hello, wait. Whoops. Wait is most definitely a project. And it's a sets flag indicating that the test runner should wait, should pause after all tests have run. There are nullable values. Wait, default, wait, default, false. Flag indicating that test runner should pause after all tests have run. It's not set as the default value. Okay. Inline wait. You are a project configuration item. Okay, what's the problem? Oh yeah, it's probably still protected. All right. Wait. And there's wait. Console runner. Top. Not it. Configuration. Wait. On defaults. Okay. Run. Okay, good. So now these things have no properties in them except for project and parse fault. Choose reporter lives here. Given the set of reporters, choose the reporter. Really only lives here because of project. Guess what? Means it doesn't live here anymore. Choose reporter. Going to be a test project. It's either going to be in the Xunit project or Xunit project configuration. Can probably be in the project. Use the runner reporter to use for this test run. Oh, there's got a bunch of unknown options. That's why it was there. Shit. Forgot about the unknown options. Forgot about you. Forgot about you. Forgot about you. I guess you can't be here. My bad. Guess you stay there. Project file. Use config file. Parse. Everybody gets parsed into the project now. The alternative could be that the project holds the unknown options. Yeah, should be broken here now, right? Okay, so command line. If I go to, let's go ahead and kill everything but the console runners, actually. Okay, so we have execute assembly. Why do you have a console lock? Why are you validating the file exists? Doesn't parse already do that? Maybe it doesn't. I'm pretty sure the whole point of file exists here is because of that. Like, who uses file exists? You use file exists. Where do you use it? You already checked to make sure the config file exists. So I thought, okay, let's go here. You don't need to be here anymore. However, all of our console diagnostic message syncs need the console lock. So any reason why it has to be passed in? Isn't it just pulled from ambient value? It's pulled from ambient value, which makes it dumb. Okay. Filters don't need to be here. All right, because filters come from project configuration, and we now have access to project configuration. Although it's also a real good hint that filters don't belong there. Filters is assembly project configuration filters. Okay, so let's go over here to execute assembly. Let's get rid of the console log. Let's get rid of the filters. Let's get rid of the validation because parse already does that. Filters right there. Okay, what did I do there? I deleted too much, didn't I? Why are you guarded here? Once again, that's the wrong command line, but I'm going to the other command line. Once again, where's parse? Parse. Not if you're a config file, then go away. If you don't exist, then go away. I don't know why you need to be guarded. I guess because you're nullable there. You are nullable there because dynamic support. So this console runner needs to validate it. Other runners may not. The inproc runner doesn't. Okay, that's fine. Put my filters back. Fix my calls. Okay, why do we have needs XML? XML transformers, transform, get the XML transformers. We need the XML. Parallelize the ones that will parallelize. Okay, yep, I just added that. So, because this thing makes XML, we ask you to make the XML. It's not the worst thing. Okay, that's definitely cleaned that up quite a lot. Run project now just takes a project and the message handler. Okay. We like. Okay. Let's go ahead and add all this. Oh, format. Add and build. And let's review. Okay, so you all needed projects. Test assembly got fail skips. Test assembly got fail skips. Means I need to make sure that, actually that's okay. That doesn't need to go into the options. Let's see, there's test project, which was debug, filters, output, no auto reporters, no color, no logo, pause, wait. Filters is the weird one. I actually want to put that in test assemblies, but I'm not going to do it right now. Yeah, I'm not going to do it right now. Or should I? Damn it. I feel like maybe I should. All right. Got stuff that failed. Data discovered specified on blah does not exist. Test data returned null for blah. Make sure it's statically initialized. Data discover specified for theory discover tests. This is for V2. Wow, why would V2 tests just suddenly start failing? Serializable data. That makes. Wow, that's so weird. Anything of V3 failing? It's almost like serialization is causing the problem. We're also seeing a lot more of these theory test case issues, meaning we're seeing any, which we should not be seeing. Unicode circuit characters must be written out as pairs in the same call, not individually. Consider passing in a character array instead. This is all because of serialize? Argument format test, simple values, character value. Argument formatter tests, character value. Character value. Form feed. Okay, yeah, you should be there. Oh my god. Cut it out. You go like that, will you be less of a jerk? Hmm. Unprintable. I mean, this has got to be this stuff right here, right? Is my guess. It's interesting in 32-bit, this is really the only thing that shows up in the warnings. I had a lot in 64-bit, didn't I? No, I didn't. Did I have a lot in .NET Core? I had a lot in .NET Core. One or more of system runtime type. Found for async acceptance test, async value task, tests run correctly. Am I suddenly seeing messages that I've never seen before? Non-serializable data. Is that supposed to be? Oh, theory discoverer. So the theory discoverer is pointing that out to the diagnostic message sync. I'm pretty sure we didn't turn on internal diagnostics, right? So internal diagnostics are not on. So that's just regular diagnostics. I'm going to assume if I take away serialize that those would go away. But I would also like to understand why these suddenly don't serialize. You're creating theory test case for argument form following this, and Unicode surrogate characters must be written out as pairs together in the same call, not individually. Consider passing a character array instead. Well, that one's broken across the board. So the question is, let's go to assert tests. So our argument formatter tests. Right, that was these. Unprintable. It's going to be one of these three, I'm sure, right? Ah. So if I were to set my debug options, do serialize, then run, that one going to go away? One did go away, but let's make sure that it went away for the right reason. Okay. Unprintable. So I think what that means is that this is serializable theory. So we can figure out is the member data or the inline data. It's the member data. Okay. That's immediately suspicious, right? Why are these here like this instead of down here like this? My guess is these just can't be serialized. Disable discovery enumeration is true. Right, so that fixes that. I'm very confused by this though. Guess that's .NET Core, right? So let's run .NET Core now. So this runtime type for argument formatted test simple values, type values, simple values, type value. Simple values, type value. We're in simple values. Go to type value. One of these or more of them can't be serialized. So I think if I just put disable, I can't put disable on there, can I? Inline. All right, let's do a half and half. I guess when you got 11, you can only get so many choices. Nothing. Runtime type just can't be serialized. It's probably a matter of the new serialization system, but why do these just suddenly start showing up today? All right, public static. Theory data type string. That's going to be type value data is, yeah, is that. Right? feel like pre-enumerate turned on somewhere along the way. I think that's what happened here. So I'm also really feel like pre-enumerate query data being turned on by default is kind of sketchy. Like maybe we overrode it. But I'm fine with fixing it all though. Member data, type value data, table discovery enumeration is true. So I should fix that. And then we've got type names, argument formatter type names, formatter, mid formatter, format type names. Yeah. So same thing. Data type string formatter format type names data. To make sure I'm using right. I could have just done this. This. What are you doing? Just put there. Okay. That fixes that. Right. Let's try this where we do v3 core. So test v3 core. Test core v3. My bad. So there's only one of them in runner common. Let's search for that. Sure can. Oh my God, look at all these. Okay. All right, so we're going to take all these, them up here, then do a little transformation on them all. Yeah, I should just be able to do it in the whole file. Oh, regex, inline data, star. There you go, right? I would like to convert you into just that. Perfect. Run our common tests. That's going to be that 472. Let's do core app. Run the wrong thing. Run our common tests. Core app. All right, just to make sure that okay. So serialization actually has nothing to do with it. Definitely has to do with discovery integration. All right, the other big batch was in V3 core. That's not what I meant. That's okay. Or net core app. Async acceptance tests. Async value task turns correctly. Async acceptance tests. Can't do this. Can't disable. I can't do it there either, can I? Can't do it there, and I can't do it here. Nope. Kind of tired of making these changes. I think I need to go back and fix what the real problem is. That is that in the console runner, where we use pre-enumerate, we are pulling the wrong default value. That is just not exactly what we were doing before. Pre-enumerate theories is true by default. We don't actually want it to be true. We want it to be false. Result pre-enumerate. So there's test data, there's configurator, there's test framework options. We're just overriding it. Test framework options. Whereabouts are you? You're in execute assembly. We want to say if assembly pre-enumerate theories, you don't have a value, Then discovery options, set pre-enumerate varies to false. Another console runner, we got a execute assembly. Put that there. First of all, does this fix our V2 problems? I feel like it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna. Time is it? 8:40. Mark unread. 8:40. So yes, that seems to have solved our V2 problems. All of our warnings should now go away as well. 33. There are few tests where pre-enumeration is broken, but we don't notice that in the console runner scenario. Codes pre-enumeration currently disabled for app only. Okay, so that means everything's running now. All right, let's go look at our stuff again. This was okay. Argument formatter tests, sure. We needed to disable there. This needed to be theory data. This needed to be theory data. New projects. This needed to be theory data. Okay. Configuration, fail skips. I want to make sure test assembly configuration, fail skips. So fail skips, I don't think is, I think I decided that fail skips isn't an option for this. It would have been an execution. Set stop on test fail. So fail skips. I think it's not an option there because we don't depend on the framework to do it. We depend on the runner to do it. These options are set to the framework. Okay. So that's fine. I was going to fix this filters thing. I am going to fix this filters thing, kind of. So So I'm not even going to say that, am I? No, I'm not even going to say that. I'm just going to get rid of it. Bring back my comment. Bring back my comment. I mean, I realize what we're going to end up doing is duplicating some of the filter logic. That's okay. Filter right there. Okay, why can't I just put the, that's dumb. You live there. You live there now. Actually, come right down to it. Why don't you live there too? Why are you a setter? Who sets you? You shouldn't be a setter. You definitely should not be a setter. Did I or did I not take that away? Yes, I did not. Okay, it's gonna break stuff. We'll go fix it. We just need our for each. Right. 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 And you. And you. And you. 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 Oh wait, this is the only place we use it is right there, right? Okay. And you. And you. 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 Right. Right. Okay. Test should be broken a little bit, right? Want my single assembly single. In proc. Let's see if those run. In proc. Good. The other one's going to be broken, of course. Rewrite filters. I want this. Assembly single. Whoops. Backwards. Backup prop. This is runner console tests. Okay. And build while we continue to review. Okay. Fine. Assembly. Back reference. Yep. Yep. How many command line test changes? Of course. And I'm fine with those. All the properties go away. Good with that. So interestingly, we didn't do any fix-ups on MS Build yet. Let's go see what we can do about that. CS. Hmm. Looks like we don't even use any of the project stuff here. All of our parsing is here, and then we put it into a bunch of locals. It's interesting that execute assembly is down to just app domain support and a project assembly, which app domain support should be listed on a per assembly basis anyway. Oh, but I'm guessing none of that stuff is getting set. Uh-huh. Yeah, like hardly anything's getting set in here. Just gonna leave myself a note. That's a pretty substantial rework. XUS and let's build runner. Use XUnit project and friends instead of local properties. Question mark. I don't know if that's actually going to be the right thing to do. I just don't want to look right now to figure out if it's the right thing to do. Okay, so this is clean up command line so that it uses project assembly configuration instead of local properties. Good for us. Go ahead and push that in dev. Don't anticipate why there would be any need for us to be broken on Linux here, but we'll go ahead and do it anyway. Get clean XDF build. Hmm, 9 p.m. already. This is definitely the end of this stream once I've verified that this is working. Checking my Amazon Prime order. It's on its way. Prime Now. We like Prime Now. By we, I mean me. No idea if anybody else likes it. Definitely like not having to go grocery shopping during a global pandemic. Okay, that looks good. Okay, well, I think that's going to cut it for today. I am going to cut it there. Good progress made. I suspect that when I flip back to my other branch and try and merge that stuff in, I should have some conflicts, but not too many. But hopefully that will make what I was doing, the copy paste over there, a little bit easier. Also, might be able to start extracting some of that stuff out into usable classes because now we'll not only have two console runners, maybe also the MS build runner. I'd love to see some commonality there get extracted out as well, but then also this new engine is going to have a lot of this runner logic as well. So anyway, thanks for hanging out with me today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I think maybe, and given it's 9 p.m., I don't know if I'm going to play Death Stranding tonight or not, but if I do, I'll probably stream it. I haven't streamed it yet, but I'm just about to do the first boss fight, and well, I say I'm about to do it, but honestly, I tried it once and got my tuchus handed to me. So thinking maybe I'll give it another try, put it on stream, see if anybody is curious to watch. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, and I'll see y'all next time.